I'll adjust, I'm sure it's off. All right, I will call the meeting to order at 5:31 PM. We have a roll call, please.
Yes. Board Member Aaron Cimental,
Present.
Board Member Patrice Tanzioni,
Present.
Board Member Norma Gonzalez,
Present.
Board Member Dina Flores,
Present.
Board Member Dolores Rivera, Student Board Member Saraí Jaramillo,
Present.
Superintendent Dr. Alejandro Alvarez,
Present.
Dr. Julie Harrison,
Here.
Maricela Barba, Tomiko Lino Lasco.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A quorum is present. We will move on to approval of the agenda for the regular board meeting of February 25th, 2025. Before we do that, I do have a motion. I move that we amend the consent calendar at item 6.2, human resources, routine personnel actions under item 3, certificated new additional return to employment, to correct the salary rate from $2,500 per hour to $2,500. Yes, that's the correction. To change the rate from $2,500 an hour to a stipend of $2,500 for Bassett High School badminton with spring sports. That's my motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All right, the motion to amend is approved. We'll go back to the main motion of approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Hear that as Ms. Stanzioni. Is there a second?
We're good.
Okay, seconded from Ms. Gonzalez. That's a little loud. Okay. Any discussion on the motion for approval of the agenda? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion is approved. Thank you very much. Open session, pledge of allegiance. This time I ask if the superintendent can lead us in the pledge of allegiance. Sorry.
No mercy.
Sorry about that.
Please stand up, place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I always need to ask before we start the meeting. To continue on, we'll move on to staff presentation recognition. Item number 1 is Thanksgiving meals donation recognition. Dr. Alvarez, you recognized?
For the mic.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Board President, members of the board, everyone in attendance here or online. We just wanted to take an opportunity. I'm asking Mr. Salama to come up, do a quick 3-point slide, and we want to recognize some of the individuals who came out and supported our Thanksgiving meal drive we do every year during Thanksgiving. There's a lot of donations that go happen, and then obviously staff that comes in and helps. So I'd like to ask Mr. Salama to please come up.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Board President Cimental, Vice President Stanzioni, board members, Dr. Alvarez, Superintendent of School. It is my pleasure today to be here with you to talk about our commitment to our students and staff. We'll continue our commitment in multiple events to support our families, and there is no better time to support our family like the holidays. This year, we had multiple events. And before we start talk about our main events, which is a district sponsor event, I would like to mention that we collaborate with our community in different forms of events to support our families. Some of them is collaboration in community sponsor events. And this is when our amazing school site community liaison collect names and help to share the information with parents' consent to our community organizations that support them. And the second part is school-sponsored event, which is today we'll highlight one of the events. There's multiple, but today we're gonna just highlight one, which is took place during the Thanksgiving holidays. We collaborated with a number of our donors that we're gonna see them. And the event really, as I call it, a community giving, because we have participation from a lot of our members of the community. We have our board members, we have our superintendent, our cabinet members, IT department, every single person who was working here, beside the number of people who weren't assigned to work for this week, but they showed up and we will recognize them for doing that. And beside a surprise from one of our committee members who joined us. So next, please. So this event is a Thanksgiving giveaway. And what happened, we start, reaching out for our donors. And we received 3 main donations for this event. Again, I'm talking about one event, there's multiple, The first donor was our friendly consultant group. And they give us about 145 turkeys and sides, bags. And you're gonna see a picture right now of this stuff coming together. That's our second donor for this event was the Faith Community Church. And we invited both of them to be with us here tonight, but they responded that they have other commitments, they cannot be here. And also the office of our supervisor, Hilda Solis, who's donated $400 check to add into what we are giving for the Thanksgiving. Every school side selected identified families who can be supported during that. And they got all the approval, all the consent form, because we are providing food during this event. And even though some issues with the timing, but we were able to deliver with the support of our staff and this, amazing, the heart of our events, which is our volunteers. So again, beside our board members, beside everybody else, we have a number of volunteers. Next slide. Oh, that's me. Oh, I have it here. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here you go. So again, if we started listing all the names, it will be like 500 slides. So we decided to go with the people who really weren't supposed to be here, but they showed up for that day. From our district staff, we'll start calling on them one by one. Miss Rose, she's here tonight. Miss Laura cannot be with us today for a commitment. Mr. Diego Flores, committee liaison at Edgewood, he cannot be with us here, but he have a little message that shared with the board. So I appreciate all the support. Ms. Jasmine Navarro from Don Julian. Ms. Isabel Sanchez from Van Wegg. And a very special person who used to be with us as a community liaison at Van Wegg, and she came back to help with the event, Miss Ada Franco. Another support came from our LA Sheriff Department by delivering to those families who cannot make it, so they came, and this is not the first time they support us, and Deputy Gary Ortega would like to recognize him also for all the support giving. So again, this is just one highlight of many that we'll continue to do, okay? And I would like to ask Dr. Alvarez, please. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Thank you.
Take a picture?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they can.
You wanna just come over here?
Let them all.
Yeah, let them get their handshakes in.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, you guys are in the front.
Y'all are in the front, sorry.
You're in the front, yeah.
Get in.
Oh, so.
Sit down in the front. I know.
It's good. I know my place.
Stand up. Stand up.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Diego and Absent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we'll move on to student board representative report.
At Exit Academy, our brave knights enjoyed a fun-filled February. In addition to the 2 3-day weekends, students also participated in a Valentine's Spirit Week filled with different themed dress-up days and Valentine's grabs. We also had a school-wide candy and popcorn fundraiser that helped raise money for the different activities on campus. Students were also excited about the student store where students can exchange PBIS tickets for different goodies. This month, we are recognizing our Students of the Month who are very thoughtful students and top of our classes with the best attendance for the month. A special thank you to Ms. Dina Flores, Ms. Gamal Salama, Ms. Tomiko Lee Nolasco, Ms. Gretchen Carrera, and Mr. Tom Covington, who helped with the grand opening and ribbon cutting for our wellness space at Edgewood. Despite the rain, it was a well-attended ceremony. At Sunkist Elementary School, EL and dual enrollment or dual language after-school intervention has begun. Next up will be art and coding, and our Tigers are so excited. ASB had a great success selling Valentine's Day grams. We are now planning our first father-daughter dance for February 21st. We'll host our mother-son dance in May. This is a great opportunity for our families to come together, eat, dance, and for our Tigers to bond outside of school. We're eager to see the success of our mighty ASB team's planning. Our 5th graders just completed their physical fitness test, and the results were impressive. Thank you to our 5th grade teachers who run a spectacular PE program. Lastly, our Tigers are showing hard work to show their learning through their 2nd ELA and math benchmarks. We are looking forward to seeing the results and continue moving in the direction of student success. At Don Julian Elementary, our amazing middle school Lion English learners are completing their LPAC assessment now. We're hoping to continue our high rate of reclassification. We just recognized over 70 of our middle school students who received the honor roll, over a 3.0 GPA, principal's honor roll, over a 3.6 GPA, and academic excellence, or perfect 4.0 GPA during our first semester assembly award. Our wellness center had our grand opening on Friday, February 21st during our coffee with the principal. Basketball season is underway. Good luck to our student athletes who are competing this winter. We have 3 cool enrichment field trip opportunities in the month of March for our drama club, 5th grade and 7th grade students. Thank you, and remember, it's a great day to be a Lion. The Van Wig teachers and scholars are hard at work. We are preparing for the LPAC and benchmarks. Teachers are working on their interim practice tests for LPAC and SBAC. We are continuing to focus on our monthly writing genres. This month, the students will be working on compare and contrast writing as they learn about the 2 presidents we celebrate this month. The principal had data chats with the teachers to review iReady data and to discuss next steps. We have been focusing on reading and math skills, and we continue to implement our attendance initiative and reward and celebrate classes with perfect attendance. Our ASB is working on preparing our February events like our Valentine's gram sales and our first father-daughter dance. There are great things happening at Van Wig, and our Van Wig scholars are prepared for college and career. Porch Middle School. Our Trojans have been putting in tremendous amount of effort to reach their academic goals this quarter. It's truly inspiring to see their hard work pay off. February kicked off with a wave of positivity as students participated in 14 days of kindness activities, all expertly organized by our wonderful counselor, Mrs. Alonso. These activities have not only encouraged students to spread kindness at our school, but also created a warm and supportive environment where Trojans feel valued. A highlight of the month was our Valentine's dance filled with a fun-filled event that was part of our positive behavior intervention and supports PBIS incentives program. Students had a blast dancing, socializing, and celebrating each other in a joyful and safe space, a true testament to the vibrant spirit of our school. In addition to these fun activities, our English learners had the incredible opportunity to participate in an inspiring rally designed to motivate them as they prepare for the upcoming LPAC tests. The rally focused on encouraging students to do their very best and take pride in their progress as they work towards mastering English. Looking ahead, March promises to be another busy month, for our Trojans. We are all eagerly anticipating our open house on March 27th, which will kick off at 5:30 p.m. This event will offer a chance for families to engage with the school and see firsthand the amazing work our students are doing. During the week, our talented Torch Band will perform, giving the community a sneak peek of what's in store for their most anticipated spring concert in April. As always, we are incredibly proud of our Trojans for their dedication, enthusiasm, and perseverance as they continue to excel both academically and in their personal growth. Keep up the great work, Trojans. We can't wait to see what's next. Bassett High School. Hello from Bassett High School. We have been very busy this past month. Our FAFSA completion rate is at 49%. And this Saturday, we'll have FAFSA workshop, and expect a large turnout. 5 of our students were able to attend the Project Lead conference hosted by the City of La Puente. Students attended breakout sessions where they learned about local government and how to get involved in city events. Summer school plans are underway, and BA counselors will be visiting the middle schools next month to begin 8th grade pre-registration. Dr. Maldonado and Ms. McDonough and the academic decathlon team attended the Academic Decathlon Awards banquet. Huge shout out to Ms. McDonough and the team. She received a 2025 Coach of the Year award. Our academic decathlon team came home with several wins, and one of our students received a perfect score on their speech and was one of 2 students invited to present their speech during the banquet. There was not a dry eye in the room, and there was a grand moment for our students and their school. During our Renaissance rally, ASP put together a memorable show to highlight academic excellence and perfect attendance. Well over 100 students were recognized with awards. At this time, we would like to recognize the 133 students who attended school every day in the month of January. We are better as a school when we're all here. PBIS recognitions will happen next week. Congratulations to our boys and girls soccer team for competing in CIF this past week. Almost all of our students advanced to CIF for the boys and girls. We are now entering spring sports. We were also able to send female athletes to the Girls Got Game conference at the University of Laverne, where they learned about careers in sports and sports medicine for leading female businesswomen and athletes. Students were also offered on-site admission to the University of Laverne. We'll begin boys basketball and girls softball. Boys volleyball, tennis, and badminton are also preparing for league play. The PBIS team has been meeting regularly to discuss where we are as a school and what steps we should take come the end of the school year. This week on February 11th, will be a week where teachers and staff nominate students to recognize them for their contributions to the school community. During the week of February 24th, we'll host a luncheon for students. It's a busy week at Bassett High School, and we're continuing to work hard and move our school forward. Greetings from Nueva Vista. We want to take a moment to recognize the efforts of all our team, and we're proud to announce that we received a 3-year WASC accreditation. The team was very impressed with all that the Nueva Vista team has achieved in the past year and a half. We look forward to continuing to build the school with the goal of becoming a model continuation school. We are thankful for the support of the superintendent and the Board of Education as we continue to broaden our dual enrollment and CTA offerings for all of our students. We had an excellent turnout for our FAFSA workshop with Ms. Torres in early February. Our students are getting ready for college and career. LPAC testing has started and will be completed by the end of the week. We'll be attending the preview day at Mount Sac in early March, and it's a great day to be an explorer.
Thank you very much. So we will now move on to public comment related to closed session. Is there This is for closed session?
No, it's just.
Okay, it's related to closed session. Okay, so I'm going to, and this is no closed session, right? This is just open. Oh, this is just open. Okay.
We wanted to, because.
Alright, so we have potentially 3 folks for closed session. So this is the appropriate point in the agenda for those present to speak with regard to only closed session items on the agenda. Only topics specific to the actual closed session item will be heard at this time. Topic which do not address closed session items will not be heard during this time and will be heard during the open session comments. The board has allotted a total of 20 minutes for public input on closed session agenda items. If there are several speakers on a specific topic, At the president's request, the board may reduce the amount of time individuals may speak, requesting that comments be limited to points not already addressed. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their speaking time to other persons. Speakers are requested to maintain order, decorum, and not disrupt the meeting or use profanity when addressing the board. Pursuant to Senate Bill 1100, the board president may remove disruptive individuals from a board meeting so long as the individual is first warned by the presiding board member that their behavior is disrupting the meeting, and failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. So we have the first person. We'll have Yannette N. Closed session, yes.
You want to confirm before she gets in?
Oh, Yannette, were you speaking under closed session or open session? Just to confirm.
Or general?
Is it general public comment or specific to our closed session agenda? Sure. Okay, so actually we'll just hold off and then I'll recognize you when we do the public comments for general. Perfect. Thank you very much. All right. We have Laura C for close. Laura, do you want to speak under closed session or general? Perfect. Thank you very much. And then Sam Brown under closed session, or was it general? What you
They put you down for closed session. We want to verify if it's closed session, general or.
Well, for both actually.
Okay, so you recognize for closed session right now?
Yeah.
Perfect.
So I want to discuss the matter, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. It was at the last board meeting that I presented a formal Brown Act complaint. And I have yet to receive a response within 30 days that I requested in my letter. The board already knows that under the Brown Act, California Government Code 54950, members of the public are not legally required to sign up in advance to speak during public comment at public meetings. While agencies may request signups for organizational purposes, they cannot deny someone the right to speak solely for failing to do so. Government Code 54954.3 subsection A ensures that public comment is allowed before or during the consideration of an agenda item, and any restrictions must be reasonable and applied fairly. Selective enforcement of sign-up rules may constitute a Brown Act violation or viewpoint discrimination. All public meeting rules must be applied consistently to comply with open meeting laws. A colleague of mine showed up and the sign-up sheet was not available. Now, a formal request to be added to the public comment speaker list was handed to Dr. Alvarez and now to Aaron Siementhal. And it was added with a point of order clarification. And I just hope that this school board doesn't make the same mistake twice. Because in my case, I will be suing. I am prepared to file my complaint tomorrow in the Los Angeles County Superior Court. I will make sure to litigate it to the full extent of the law. It is unacceptable, A, that there's no readily available, accessible translators and interpreters in a school district with a high percentage of English learners. B, that you have the smallest available seating space to accommodate members of the public. Are you scared of the public? C, that I have to come before you after handing you a complaint that indicated the legal statute and the authorities under which you are violating California Government Code. And as a result, you've left me no other choice. And not just that, you violated another law, which is my right to Public Records Act. I have not received any Public Records Act relating to the Florence Flanner property. Did that somehow just escape you? We cannot organize as a community because you have failed to do the community engagement. We cannot organize without the evidence to prove that this is a scam and that Alejandro Alvarez is behind it.
Okay, so there's this this writing here. For these folks, so the first one is, oh, Gabby. Gabriella, sorry. Were you going to speak for open session or closed session?
Open session?
Well, I'm trying to confirm because it didn't specify if it was for
Oh.
Yeah.
No, open session.
open session. Okay, got it. And then George, were
For
you
open session.
open? Okay, perfect. So then we are done with closed session. Right, so public comments related to open session items. The Board of Education welcomes input from the public in order to conduct district business in an orderly manner for the privacy and safety of the speakers and to help staff respond more directly. The board policies require that public presentations to the board comply with certain procedures, including speakers may address only items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. When addressing the board, speakers are requested to state their name, address the board from the podium, and adhere to the applicable time limit of 3 minutes. The total time allotted for public input on either agenda or non-agenda items is limited to 20 minutes. If there are several speakers on a specific topic, at the president's request, the board may reduce the amount of time individuals may speak, requesting that comments be limited to points not already addressed. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their speaking time to other persons. Speakers are requested to maintain order, decorum, and not disrupt the meeting or use profanity when addressing the board. Complaints should follow the district's complaint procedure before discussion with the board. Pursuant to Senate Bill 1100, the board president may remove disruptive individuals from a board meeting so long as the individual is first warned by the presiding board member that their behavior is disrupting the meeting, and failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. This time we will go recognize Yunette.
Good evening.
Evening.
To the board. Everybody is here to make up this meeting this afternoon. I'll go straight to what I am feeling. I feel so upset and so bad from receiving this flyer on Sunday. When I'm coming from serving somebody that's gonna be taking over this world after a while. To see this, I came the last time I was here to speak on condos. We don't need condos over here in this lot, so we're trying to get a park. Now I'm seeing villas. To me, it's not much different because we still got people living here. We need this area for park only. Only. Please, these children that I sit in here, you all talk about, these same children, when they leave that school, where we send them and trusting you to give them education. They don't have anything after they leave this school. I work hard in Bassett School. A lot of new faces I see here. But you know, when you throw a rock and try to hide your face, it's gonna come for real. We do not want villas. We want a park where these same children can come on the weekends, on Sundays, holidays, different events. We gotta go to other parks. When we have one next door, we got elder people can't walk. We got people with health issues. We need somewhere for them to go. I get tired of being at home. I want to come out where I can meet people. We can love people. We can do more. So consider whoever behind this money, would you please consider these little kids? These is our futures. What are we gonna do? What are they gonna do? They don't have anywhere to go. They don't have a paycheck to get. So we are trusting you all to help us make sure these kids are taken care of. These kids can enjoy 24 hours if it have to come to that. 8 hours in school, they're not gonna get everything they need. I know this. And while you're worrying about this, villas, help us get a park where our children will have somewhere to go. We need this very desperately. And I might not be here, but these same little children, they need to have something to do better than what they are doing. They can't come up in school. You can't give them everything in 8 hours. They need our help too. Please consider what you're looking at and think about it more than once. God bless you. And I do hope when you go to bed tonight, think about it in your prayer. Because I'm praying. This is not what I want to see. This little area here is not big enough for a park. You understand what I'm saying? Please be considerate.
Thank you very much.
I don't think you are though.
So the next one will be Laura C.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Well, just like my neighbor said, we need a park, but we don't need just any park. We need something where our youth can actually exercise, can learn something, can keep themselves healthy. We don't need more condos or apartment, which is basically the same thing. They just put in condos because they want to rent them for a lot more money. And yeah, that is not even a park, what they have right there on the picture. That is just a piece of land that is just probably for them because it's going to be a close community. And it's actually a trap for everybody that is going to be living there because it's such a very close lot that is ridiculous. A 2XL is going to be able to make it for so many people that is going to be living there. You think it's going to be 105 people? No, it's 105 condos that is just going to destroy not only our community, everything is going to go up, of course. It's not just the value of our homes. Our taxes are going to go up. Our insurance is going to go up. Everything else is going to go up. And we're going to lose our peace. We're going to lose absolutely everything. The traffic is going to be crazy. And I wonder, think about you living in that area, if it will be good for you and your family. And then the dust and all the crime that is going to go up. We don't want that. We're actually preparing ourselves to even pay even more for more studies on that because we definitely don't want it. We're going to continue fighting along the stakes. Please reconsider, like my neighbor said. Reconsider. And there's so many other ways to make money. Like, for instance, renting back the Bassett for people that sells things. It was a very good business. But I wonder why it was closed. We can go back and do it again. There's many ways to make money. Why sell that part? That lot is all we have. That's all we have. We drove 10 minutes to go to San Angelo Park for where we live, just to go to see a game. 10 minutes driving. We have nothing, not even close. That's not fair for our community. We pay taxes like everybody else. And we pay taxes also for the school. What do you guys do with all the money? Besides, I think you guys are in the education business, not in the real estate business. What's going on here? Really, we ask our questions, this question all the time, all our neighbors, and we really are fed up with this. We have to find a way, a solution to this, please. And you, Mr. Cimental, you're very young, starting your career. Think about this. You don't want to burn your name for something like this. Please, I ask you, think about it, all of you. If you want to be reelected on your next term, do the right thing. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that. And then Sam Brown for open session. Thank you for that.
Do you guys recognize this? Do you recognize this? Because this was not distributed equitably within the community that is adjacent to Florence Flanders School. However, it did circulate to others. It discusses a meeting March 18th, 5:30 p.m. at Van Wyck. Why don't you do the meeting at Florence Flanders? It's the most immediate school property. You have a child development center. And for individuals like Juanetta, who has difficulty walking, Laura, and others within the community, it would be the most deferential and respectful thing. I want to initiate by saying individuals have said that school districts don't build parks. I have in my possession, as of May 24th, 2013, a proposal, just that, to build a park on the open space parcel. And we don't have to build anything if it already existed. So the question that the board should be asking themselves is, what is the legal exposure that this district is continuing to put themselves in by denying the taxpayers, the residents, the community members, and students of the school district access to this facility? Or is it a surprise that we have West Covina Unified School District and Roland Unified School District and Hacienda La Puente Unified School District trying to recruit our students? We have right here a letter from Roger Hernandez dated July 29, 2013, in which he says, "Successful parks make healthy communities. I believe recreational facilities are fundamental to the promotion of community engagement, public health, safe neighborhoods, green infrastructure, and smart growth for our neighborhoods." I want to reiterate that the funds I'm proposing can be helpful in the renovation of the Flanders School site into a location where the community can come together and enjoy a local recreation area. This promotes the beauty, security, and economic value of the neighborhood. That issue of the economic value is very important because if you proceed to move forward with this illegal joint use agreement, then you are exposing yourself to liability because of the economic damages that you're going to be bringing to the residents that live there and have to deal with the congestion and the public safety risks. And you will be in violation of the Emerald Necklace, a proposal to create 17 miles along the Rio Hondo and the San Gabriel River and its tributaries. This is a proposal that's already been adopted by the county. Funds have been allocated. And the final point, the order of condemnation from when the property was acquired in 1959 clearly states that the property can only be used for public education or similar public benefit. Doing anything otherwise puts you in legal exposure.
Public comment. So the board has received, one, I mean, I actually received them, so you can't like deny that I didn't. Although they do say point of order, I think only point of orders are competent from board members, but what they actually want to do is be heard, which is what I've been proposing in the last couple of meetings. So there's a motion, or I'd like to make a motion. So there's 4 individuals who have submitted this piece of paper indicating their interest to speak. I'm presuming for open session, everyone. So it's 4 folks. So my motion would be to these 4 individuals the opportunity to speak for their full 3 minutes. That's my motion. Is there a second? Second person.
Speak what?
To speak for public comment.
They signed up.
They did not, okay, so they did not sign up on the regular sheet. They submitted these. I'm sorry?
They signed up on a separate sheet?
They signed up on a separate sheet after the deadline. So the motion would be allowing these 4 individuals. So it's 2 people on this sheet and then 2 people on this sheet. It's not the regular district sign up sheet. And then this was received after the meeting had started. So on the agenda it says that the deadline is, or the opportunity is 30 minutes before the meeting, and then it will end once the meeting starts. So these are technically considered late in that aspect. In my view, I think that time period is a little too short. It's a bit inaccessible for our community. People arrive late, as we see it happens from time to time. So that's my motion, is to allow these 4 folks to speak. Is it still seconded?
It's been seconded. I move the question. I'll take that back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Okay. I'm all about hearing the public speak,
Mhm.
and I've said it already several times. We need to change the policy, which I really hope we do. But right now, in the interest of fairness, because we did not allow, in the past, we did not allow somebody to speak after the meeting started, I'm gonna have to say no.
Do we want to continue with discussion or continue with the vote? I'm sorry. Was there any further discussion? continue with the vote, roll call vote.
You said no?
I said no.
The rules always get thrown out anyway. It doesn't matter what rules or policies we have, you do what you want, so, yeah, go ahead,
So the vote is,
let them
She
speak.
said yes. Aye.
I uphold the Brown Act. Aye.
there is 4 yeses, 1 no, the motion carries. So then we will move on with, I think this sheet was received first. So Gabriella,
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to provide my own testimony of growing up here and I'm opposed to this project for the lease. I wrote it down because I get nervous. When I suffered an immense loss in 2021, I found solace in a park called Villa Verde in San Dimas. This park is a true community treasure, a central gathering place surrounded by homes, with the widest tree canopy you've ever seen, a walking track, a large field, where neighbors play sports like volleyball and soccer. It became my sanctuary. On days when grief felt overwhelming, I would drive the 15 minutes to San Dimas, seeking comfort beneath the oak trees. Some days I simply sat and cried, and on others I watched families walk their dogs or kids toss a frisbee around. There was something healing about witnessing people in the shared space, finding joy and connection. This park, though a bit further from home, was a kind of space I needed, and it provided the community I could lean on in my darkest moments. This space, which serves as the hub of life and healing for so many, is roughly the same size as the vacant land the school district is now considering leasing for apartment complexes. And yet, on this side of Bassett, where a community is already the most park poor in the area, this land represents our last chance for something like that. A space where families can gather, where children can play, where a community can heal, where our youth, who often have nowhere to turn when life feels heavy, can come together for support and recreation. Where children and families can come to escape the challenges of daily life and find comfort. Our community has endured significant historical and collective trauma. And this open space offers us opportunity for healing, something so many of us are deeply in need of. The proposal to lease this land for apartment complexes overlooks the immense potential it holds to truly serve our students and our broader community. Instead of building for profit, we could build something that nurtures our future, like a youth center, a recreational space, an area for artistic expression, or a safe haven for our students after school. Please, I urge you to reconsider this proposal to lease the property to Storm Properties. Instead, I ask that you work with our community to develop spaces that foster education, recreation, and healing. This land represents the future of Bassett, and it should not be sacrificed for short-term gain. Our youth, our families, and our entire community deserve better. Thank you.
we have George for open session.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to speak. Reason why I wasn't able to sign up was because there was no parking available. So I had to figure out where to park. Hence why I was late. Thank you. I'm here with representing community stakeholders concerned about the preservation of open space zoning at Florence Planner. This site represents one of the last remaining green spaces in the city, and we strongly urge you, board members, to work with us to ensure that it remains protected for public benefit. One of the most pressing concerns is ingress to egress. Florence Planner sits in a neighborhood with constrained road access, and any intensified development would create severe traffic and safety issues. We've mentioned those before. These concerns are not hypothetical. Previous proposals for a satellite campus at this location were rejected for similar reasons. It would be irresponsible to ignore these longstanding issues when considering any changes to zoning or land use. Beyond the site-specific challenges, Bassett already faces significant inequities in access to parks and green space. Statistically, our residents have among the lowest per capita park space in the region, and the city's tree canopy coverage is critically low. Research consistently shows that communities with limited green space suffer from higher rates of asthma, heat vulnerability, and other health issues. Allowing the conversion of Florence Planner into a non-open space would further exacerbate these disparities. We're not asking you to make a new park, we're asking you to give back what was taken away from our community.
Exactly.
Additionally, according to the UCLA Urban Displacement Project, Bassett is highly vulnerable to displacement pressures. Any development that enables speculative land use threatens to accelerate gentrification and displace working class residents. The argument that the school district is pursuing this project simply to generate revenue ignores the broader economic realities. Land speculation and displacements do not serve the long-term interest of our community. This proposal directly violates the terms of the site's condemnation, which was meant to ensure that the land would be used for public benefit, not for private profit. We urge you to stand with the community and uphold open space protections and ensure that Florence Flanner remains a resource for all of us at Bassett. Thank you.
So then we have Miguel. Zunga. Another?
Miguel?
Miguel Zunga.
Miguel.
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 We'll try them back. We'll come back to Miguel. They come back.
Is Miguel not here?
He's.
Okay.
Can you give him some time?
And then I apologize, is this,
Call him again, please.
this is Jesse?
Jesus.
Jesus, excuse me. Jesus. Thank you.
Jesus?
Jesus.
Is there a Jesus?
Jesus? Yeah.
Jesus?
Jesus. You guys can do the.
Okay, so he's skipping, right?
Skip. Jesus.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So is Miguel back?
Miguel.
Okay, hello, everyone. Good evening. So, there's quite a bit that I wanted to review with you guys today. Just really not so good at organizing my thoughts, right? So I'll do the best of my ability to let you know why I'm against this, right? And I would like to address the board and ask that you do not support this project. I grew up in this neighborhood and I've seen how little green space we have access to. The nearest park in my area is actually in San Angelo, and I figured that having more green spaces would be beneficial to not just the children, right, but to our elderly and to most members of the community. I've gone to see just different areas, and I do see that there is a need more specifically for parks on West Puente specifically. We're in desperate need of having a park, and essentially, if this project goes through, it will prevent us from having that, right? So I come here today, right, to again just have it be on the record that, you know, I don't want this to get approved, right? Just like many members here today, they came here to show their support and demonstrate, you know, again, them opposing this as well. So that's all I have for you guys right now. And thank you all for your time. And again, hoping we have a good, positive outcome to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then there's another one that's came in. This is Manuel Maldonado. One second, Evan, you're not yet recognized. There was a motion to allow these four individuals to speak. I think this was before you arrived, so there's
You
not.
skip one.
Yes, but it was specifically these four, so.
According to Brown Act,
So one second, so is there a motion to allow Mr. Maldonado, I guess one individual who signed up after to be recognized? Okay, so it's moved by Stanzioni. Is there a second?
Okay.
I'll spell your last name for a second, I'm sorry. Is there discussion on the motion? Roll call vote.
No.
Abstain.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Yes.
And then you.
Thank you. Now remember that, Dina, I'm sorry. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Manuel Maldonado, one-time resident in this community. I'm not here to plead anything from you. You were elected to represent the people and to do what people ask you to do, Dina. You must abide by what the people want. And Ms. Jaramillo, I hope you're getting your students at Bassett High School or Rattle It Out to oppose this project. This project is not only in violation of the development, but also in violation of the people that are here, because this school was built and this property was built with taxpayers' money, not your money. And you're not here to decide who's or what is gonna go there. People want a school. And Superintendent, I hope that you're not leading your people to the wrong place, because I have a little bit of history from you from the time you were back in Compton, and I don't want to open up a can of worms and bring out things that are not very good for you. But again, I hope that you board members listen to the community. You were elected by the community for the community to serve the community, not to serve your own personal interest, not to do what is in your best interest, but what is in the best interest of our community. This is not my first rodeo. I've been around for a while. I'm not afraid of any board members. I'm not afraid of retaliation. I'm here, and I guarantee you that if you go move on, I'm gonna start opening cans of worms. I'm gonna start bringing up some of the history that you have behind Mr. Alvarez. And Dina, I guarantee you that I'll start with a recall process against you. And this is not gonna be my first recall process that I've done. I've been around a while. I've done other recall processes, and I'm firm. And whenever I say something, I mean something. Dolores, I hope you're not running for election. You've already done too much harm to this district.
Absolutely.
You've already done too much harm to this district. And I'd be embarrassed if I was sitting in your chair and have not done your due diligence. So here I am. I'm not here to plead. I'm not here to ask. I'm here to demand, as a taxpayer, as a resident of this community, and as an advocate for the community. So hear what I said and listen to what I said, and I keep my word. And I'll tell you once again, Dina, if you move forward, I'll start recall against you. Thank you.
So I think that's it regarding, sorry, there's so many different forms. I'm trying to keep track, but we're good there. So we're done with public comment related to open session. We'll move on to superintendent comments. Dr. Alvarez.
Yes, just a couple of comments to begin with. As student board member Jaramillo said, I just want to give accolades to academic, the Capilano team for doing such a great job. We do have plans on bringing them back at a March board meeting to recognize them and the coach as well on the site for doing such a great job. I believe next week is Read Across America. And so will be some invitations to some school sites to go and read. So just with that, I'll make one comment. There is no scam on behalf of the superintendent. So anything otherwise is false. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. We'll move on to board member comments. This time, board member Tina Flores.
Good evening, everybody. It is quite disappointing that my initial comment for vote was taken out of context. As I prefaced, I said, I am all about hearing the people. I am all about it. And the smirks and everything, okay, you get to know me and you will know that I am the most accessible board member around, okay? But rules are rules. You all follow a rule. You've all cited a lot of rules, regulations and everything. This is what's here now. And if we don't like it, we change it. I am all about making it more accessible for people to be, have their voice heard. But right now, this is what we have. And so that's where I want to make sure that's clear. But moving on. First of all, I would like to say My thoughts and prayers go out to one of our Bassett families. Okay, over the weekend, we learned of a very tragic event. One of our Bassett families lost their child in a very horrific accident, okay? Please keep this family in your thoughts and prayers. If you'd like more information, please reach out to the district office and you can get information on how you can support, okay? As I look at this, I have 2 grandkids. I mean, I would be devastated. I'm excited to hear all that's happening on our campuses, and I applaud all the efforts made to support our students. I would like to encourage parents to attend Coffee with the Principal. This is your opportunity to have your voice heard at your respective campuses, or you can go to all of them. I mean, that's fine. This is your opportunity to get updated on what's going on your campus. It's an opportunity to have your voice heard. And it's just really great. Once again, congratulations to all the students that participated on the academic decathlon. This is absolutely wonderful. I congratulate Nueva Vista on their getting their accreditation, which was absolutely amazing. So that's good, 3 years. And also to the leadership team that participated, and many thanks to the City Council of La Puente. When this was presented to me when I was president, I thought this is really good, a great opportunity for students to be in leadership roles and see moving forward what it's like. So glad to see that that's continuing. I'm hoping that it continues more to our junior high levels. So with that. So there's several exciting updates at the Bassett School District, including some recent milestones and some upcoming events. I had the privilege of attending the Wellness Center at Edgewood, and it's fabulous. It's beautiful. I mean, and then I also attended Van Wiggs, which is another amazing space. This is a spaces for our kids that, you know, just need that time. They just need time to get themselves together. So looking forward to Don Julian's upcoming event, and I'll be participating in that one as well. I also had the honor of attending the swearing-in ceremony of Congressman Gil Cisneros at the University of Laverne. It is always inspiring to witness moments like these that highlight leadership and community. A special thank you to Dr. Alvarez for his visionary leadership, guidance, and commitment to advancing our district. His direction is instrumental in making these exciting developments happen. So much is happening in Bassett right now. The Aquatic Center at Bassett High School will open in the 1st or 2nd week of April. Another step forward in providing our students with outstanding facilities, schools that they could be proud of, schools that they don't have to look over the fence to see what the other neighboring districts are doing. The gym's HVAC will be completed soon. It's actually in DSA right now. Our students are already enjoying the new floor. I heard about that this weekend. And the major upgrade of the HVAC will just bring completion to that. The parking expansion at Sunkist and Edgewood is moving forward and will help alleviate congestion and improve access for everyone. I've seen the one at Edgewood. Looks like it's pretty much done now. I'm thrilled to see that the girls' fitness room is being used so effectively. Last year, we completed the girls' fitness center at Bassett High School. And now we have a special thank you to Ms. Sara Rodriguez, who will be hosting hours of operation in the fitness center after school so that we can really, they'll be fully utilized. More details will be available soon on that, and we'll be promoting these hours to encourage more students to take part in this great resource. In addition to just facilities, we have exciting developments that are happening, making progress on several important district-wide initiatives. The district is transitioning to digital files, which is a fantastic step towards sustainability and efficiency. Back in 2020, when COVID hit, many of us were forced to just go digital immediately, and that was a transition. So I'm glad to see that Bassett is moving that. This is great for our environment and our operations. We're implementing a transcript retrieval system that will make it easier for our high school students to access their transcripts. This new system will help reduce the risk of documents getting lost and improve the experience overall for our students. Once again, I want to extend my appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Alvarez, his team, our dedicated teachers, and all our staff members for their hard work in making these initiatives possible. My ultimate goal for Bassett is to become a flagship district, and I truly believe that together we can make this vision a reality for our students and for our community. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Board Member Dolores Rivera.
Yes, good evening. My condolences go out to the family that lost their child this weekend. And there is a GoFundMe fund. If you could please, help out for the funeral expenses, if anybody has been through that, which a lot of us have, it gets very expensive and it's very hard to continue after you spend on that. So there is a GoFundMe. You could call the district. They have a link or whatever, they could give it to you. And then I wanted to touch on something that my colleague said. The key word here for Dr. Alvarez is direction. He gives us direction. We are 5 board members, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No 2 or 1 board member can make a decision. It either has to be all of us or the majority, just like you saw the majority right now. Okay, it's all of us. So if this project is going on, that means that everyone here has agreed and everybody has listened to everything and nobody has said anything. This is continuing because we've all 5 board members have agreed. Dr. Alvarez gives us direction, recommendations, and we as intelligent human beings that are here, sitting here, because we were elected for the students. The main thing here is the students. We're in the education business. We are. Okay, so everything goes on, it goes through all of us. Okay, he gives us recommendations. We do our homework, we do our background, we check, then we continue. Whether it's a benefit for the students or it's not going to benefit the student. What are the students going to get out of this? What are the students not going to get out of this? How is it going to benefit them? That's how it is done. We're here for the students. We're not here for the city. We're not a city council. We're board members for the Board of Education. Okay, and I'd like to congratulate all the students that have gotten awards this week for honor roll attendance, perfect attendance, good attendance. So congratulations to the high school decathlon, especially Rio Vista for getting the 3-year WASP accreditation. That is great. I'm happy for them. They've worked very hard and they continue. Dr. Corral Ms. Corral has been doing a great job running Rio Vista and the principal being there as the vice principal there at all times. So, and I'm glad that the students are continuing to work with the adult school, taking classes, both of them, which is helping them. So it's great because not all students are going to go to, continue higher education. Maybe they'll go to junior college or maybe they just want to get a career going, a skill, a training, a trade, and continue with that. We're losing a lot of our trades and it's going to computers or AI, and we need to keep a lot of that stuff here with us to make good work. So, and thank you everybody for coming and your opinions and your comments. They're greatly appreciated and they are heard. But like I said again, we're in the education business. So, good night, everyone, and thank you for coming.
Thank you. We'll now move on to Board Clerk, Norma Gonzalez.
Thank you.
First, I would like to thank the community once again for coming and voicing your opinion. Like I've mentioned in the past, we are working on this. I know that it seems like we're not saying much about it, but there's a lot that goes on behind closed doors that is done during closed session. And so the way this works is that we discuss items and then we just cannot talk about it because it becomes something that is discussed amongst the board. And so we are very limited as to what we can and cannot say, what we can and cannot discuss. That is also part of the Brown Act. So please, bear with us. We are listening to you and we appreciate that you've been here At every single board meeting since I started here at the end of December, I see you and I know that, you know, we're in for good public comments. So I do appreciate you. You are being heard. Whether you speak volumes or you speak two words to us, you are definitely being heard. And not just by the board, but by every single person here. I promise you the discussions are happening. And we are hearing you. And as soon as more comes and as soon as more is we are able to discuss and release, we will do that. The minute that we can, we are trying to communicate as much as we can when we can. So please trust that that is happening. So, and although it's very slow and a little bit frustrating, you know, and I'm new, so I'm learning how everything is going, how everything needs to be handled. I'm taking my classes and I'm learning what we can and cannot speak on. So I do appreciate it. Thank you. I want to also thank Ms. Jaramillo here for your report. And also thank you for keeping us, you know, informed about everything that's going on. I appreciate you. I'm not really sure how you collect your report, if you reach out to each individual school or if they send you out, but whatever it is, it's great. I really do appreciate it. It gives us a good, quick glimpse into what's going on at all of the schools. So thank you. And definitely, you know, see if you can round up some more high school students to attend. I really feel like if they get to see this process, then maybe they'll get bit by the bug and want to someday, you know, get into public service. So definitely, thank you for sharing everything. And also I want to thank Mr. Gamal and his presentation. And I was here and I watched Mrs. Burgueño do what Mrs. Burgueño does. And again, all her wonderful liaisons. And they are a gem to this district. Thank you so much for everything that you do. You never cease to amaze me, your commitment to the community, Mrs. Burgueño, and your staff. And I was here watching all of you working so hard to get these turkeys out and trying to call everybody and trying to let them know that we had a little setback. And so it all in the end worked out. So thank you so much. You are a true gem to not only this district, but this community. So thank you. Congratulations to Nueva Vista on their WESC accreditation. I know that that is not something that is easily done. There goes a lot. It's a lot of work to get that accreditation every time they need to do that. So thank you to the vice principal there and the principal for their hard work in getting that done. Yeah, so that's my comments, and thank you so much and have a good night.
Board Vice President Patrice Stanzioni.
It might look like I have a lot of notes, but I made the font really big because I can't see. Welcome all. I must start by offering my prayers for strength for the family and the Van Wig family affected by this unimaginable tragedy. You are a family, the whole school, all the teachers. I talked to Mrs. Pretty's horrible time this morning.
Yeah.
My heart goes out to you. Having lost students in the past years, you can never be prepared. And there's no amount of solace that you can get. And I will pray for this strength for all of you. And I think like a meal train would be good. I don't know. Maybe consider that. Kudos to all the academic and athletic competition kids. It's pretty awesome to see the kids are all kinds of fields. I'd like to thank also not just our donors who generously and graciously give us things for our children in our community, but I also like to thank again, as I did at the last meeting, those people who came out and helped during crunch time when Bassett was trying to give out turkeys and meals. It was fun, especially with the setbacks. Almost all the school liaisons were there and I got to know them, and they're incredible people. They could have given other time to go shopping or spending time with their families, but instead they came out and they helped organize and disperse the Thanksgiving baskets and food to feed our families. Also to members of IT who came out along with Dr. Alvarez to provide the most needed muscle to schlep all these what seemed like hundreds of turkeys, and they were rock solid hard, so they were even harder to lift. And they were doing it like fever speed. It was amazing. Thank you to Mr. Salama, who gave up his vacation time, and he's way far away. He's like thousands of miles away, and he's coordinating it by phone. To Dave, who also helped coordinate it, alongside with Rose Burgueño. We couldn't have done it, our district liaison. And I have to thank fellow board members, President Sementhal and Clerk Gonzalez for coming out. It was actually really good, even though we were constantly saying, oh, they're not here, oh, they're not here. They were coming and they got out, and the families were ever so thankful. It was so wonderful seeing them get what they needed. And I know they needed it these times because times are hard. And they were very grateful. And since the last meeting, I had the great good pleasure of judging the academic decathlon, specifically the speech and impromptu section. As a side note, it kind of saddened me that nothing was put out beforehand on the marquee at Temple and Quinny. Wouldn't that be a great place to advertise things other than board meetings? But the academic competition is really, really challenging because it's not just public speaking, which you know comes first over the fear of death. They also go into academic competitions where they have to know a broad range of knowledge. This develops poise and confidence, developing camaraderie and teamwork on a different level than that is played on grass fields. And these are the kids you want to hang out with because they're like the coolest kids. They're super interesting and they're so brave to go up and give their speeches, and they did incredibly well. I'm super proud. I wish we'd been at the dinner to hear those, a perfect score, because I'm hard as a judge because I did it my whole high school and college life. And they were outstanding. And I didn't get to see our Bassett kids because, you can't judge your own. But so they must have been stellar because there was some really good kids there. And anyway, I like to see things put up like this on the marquee, congratulating them because the neighborhood is 20 in Temple. And if you know me, I'm consistent, if nothing else, on my quest for safe and challenging learning environments. And I believe it's not okay to have bullying or intimidation on campuses. I believe it's not okay to have knives of any size, brass knuckles, or drug paraphernalia, drugs, or being under the influence on our campuses. Yet both of our secondary campuses are inundated with all these things. The videos were flooding the social media this weekend. I got more than I wanted to see. Kids are told they can't come back to school ever again, or they're told they're not wanted at school. This is not okay. How does that make children feel? At other high schools, when troubled or challenging students are put into activities instead of restricted from them, that's positive support. Clearly, there's an over-encompassing problem, and I challenge my fellow board members and our superintendent to take a stand now. And I know this is really courageous of me, but I'm going to go for it because I'm old. I can do this. If they're okay with these things, so be it. But if they believe that fights, bullying, intimidation, drugs, weapons, paraphernalia, and more fighting is not, I challenge them to say enough is enough. And this is not okay. I guess we'll see how my colleagues feel about safe campuses. Quite frankly, I'm really tired of all the videos. Again, if you know me, you know that there is a black and white, that there is what is, and there is the fabrication of that people want to change to meet their agendas. I believe in transparency. And in respect to that transparency, I had to go back and I had to find out why I voted for the Flanner Project. She is right. Those of us that were on the board, we voted for it. With all due respect, he was not on the board, nor was she. And I know what I did, why I voted for it, because I watched both public presentations. It was the same basic slide presentation over and over again. And I found that I voted because I thought it would benefit our community, because it included community feels with plural, with an S. It included a children's homework center, a children's center. I voted for the site presence of our district, taking care of those things. And what we may get on the flyer that I actually got on my house was nothing like that. My vote was for things that would benefit the community. That was not that. 3 people on my street got that flyer, not everybody. And of late, I hear about restricting the mention of Black history. I want to assure my constituents in the community that I will continue to teach and support the teaching of those leaders who fought against discrimination, who fought against inequity, who fought against inequality. I will continue to teach and support the teaching of those leaders as role models in hopes of supporting every individual's voice, in hopes of that our students would become strong and focused like those kids in the Children's Crusade in 1963, or those kids that were going to college in the as part of the Little Rock Nine, or who refused to get on the bus during that year of the boycott and gun ban, or the courage of the littlest freedom fighter, Cheyenne Webb, look her up, or scores of others who put their lives on the line for what is right. That history is our history. We must learn from it or we will repeat it. And hearing and seeing some of those voices are being exemplified by our students walking out of campuses across the country. They are being protected by their school security as they walk to make a stand and have their voices heard. I commend them. It's a challenging time. Vigilance is truly the price of liberty. Frederick Douglass was right. Complacency is killing Bassett. Use your voice, Bassett. Use your voice matters. And for one, I'm listening. Thank you.
So for myself, also want to go off and just say congratulations to Nueva Vista. The really great thing about them winning their accreditation again is they're moving out of probationary status from my understanding. I think even their next accreditation will be sooner, so that it aligns with, like, I guess, like their regular accreditation.
It's 3 years out.
3 years out, as opposed to, what was it?
It's always 6 and a 3 in the middle.
Got it, okay.
So,
Either way, it shows that there's been a lot of progress on that, so I just wanna join my colleagues in just recognizing that, but just also that extra oomph to get out of the probationary status, so that's really commendable. I also want to go ahead and give my congratulations to the decathlon team at the high school. I think it's a lovely idea to for all of us to celebrate that, maybe on the marquee if we're able to still do that, and I know we are going to potentially bring them back next board meeting, so that way we're able to celebrate them in the community again. So that'll be great. Within the last month, I think for the most part, winter sports have basically ended at the high school. One shout out specifically, although his name escapes me at the moment, but I believe one of our soccer players made league MVP. So that's in and of itself amazing. It's not just a district for the entire league is great. So again, I don't know his name at the moment, but I remember when I was just doom scrolling on Instagram and then I came across the ASB page, that's like when it came up. So that's great. So hopefully, if we're able to get the soccer team in here for next board meeting as well, that'd be great, just so we could celebrate them. And also reduce the writing of the many things you might have to remember today. A few things also, I did hear from the grapevine that with Bassett Adult School, for me, I need to do better at going to a lot of the sites, but also not forgetting, our child development and adult education programs. Part of being a unified school district are also those components, not just the TK through 12. And what I heard is that the adult school CNA programs, a certified nursing assistant program, doing incredibly well. I think they just had one of their program graduation ceremonies the other day. And I believe from my understanding, they might be a testing site now. So instead of like driving to wherever the test might be, they could just do it here locally. So that's amazing. I would love to also find a time to work with their student leadership there to see, if they have a report that they can incorporate, or if not, maybe they could come to a board meeting once in a blue moon, just so we still have that love and support from the adult education program. I really don't want to be the board member, and this is just me, this is just my projection, of just showing up to like graduations and promotions without ever being there in the in-between. So for me, it's just like my own accountability of going in. I think last year they had a beautiful, it wasn't an open house, but it was some type of community job fair or something, and it was a great experience. So I'm looking forward to that. A couple weeks, I think it's been a year at this point. That's it on the adult school side. I forget which of my colleague mentioned coffee with the principal. I think it was Ms. Lotus. It's great whenever you're able to get it. Obviously it's in the mornings and we all have, our jobs and it's difficult, but the parents do really appreciate it when we are able to go. Last week I was able to stop by Torch Middle Schools. They were giving a really good presentation on adolescent development and mental health. I took a bunch of these like stickers, they look like iPhones, and they had the suicide hotline on it. So that was just good to connect with Porch Middle School for that little bit of time, and then trying to go to more coffee with the principals, and then just make some time to meet with the schools themselves. I know we're talking about the wellness centers. I wasn't able to attend the Edgewood Academy one, but I was able to attend the Van Wig one the following day. So that was nice just to, again, be in the community, see the campus, see, you know, how we could support, you know, Van Wig specifically. And then I will hopefully be able to join the Don Julian one, I think is this Friday.
30.
There's so much going on. So Don Julian's as well. So I'm really happy about that. I think I was talking very briefly to our director of student services, but the goal obviously would be to make sure that every site eventually has their own wellness center for folks to, at least for our elementary kids, you know, have a space. They have an opportunity to connect with, you know, I think it's our folks from LACO who are there as resources. So it's just really beautiful to have seen one. I was happily surprised because I was running late and they gave me the big scissors to cut it with, and I wasn't expecting that. But it's just nice to see our community really just focus on you know, the stuff that really matters with our students, making sure that if they're in the classroom, they do have those basic needs met. Because if you're in a classroom, if you're depressed, if you're going through stuff at home, you are in no capacity to learn anything. So I just appreciate the team and making sure that that is a priority for our students. With that, I believe there's also the Bassett United for All initiative that the student services team had put together. I believe once we adopted one of our resolutions last meeting, just reconfirming and reaffirming our support for all of our students. I know under this new fascist federal administration, it's very concerning, you know, with these potential immigration actions that might surprise happen. And you hear it not only in Bassett, but throughout, you know, the nation, Los Angeles specifically, you know, the concerns of people, do they want to go to school? Do parents want to take their kids to school during, you know, drop off time, pick up time, changing schedules? So it is a valid concern. So at least to know that our local school district is doing something to support our students and our families, I appreciate. The concerning quote unquote dear colleague letter that the Department of Education sent out has been very concerning. If you're not familiar, they're allegedly giving educational agencies throughout the country 14 days to basically scrub any mention of inclusion, equity, diversity, stuff like that. I do appreciate the state of California coming out and giving guidance to our local education agency saying that's not law. Just because some tyrant and some, you know, incompetent bureaucrats up in Washington DC are trying to scare the nation. No, we are going to protect our community. This district is one for all of our students, so I'm looking forward to further guidance, but you know, it is still concerning in and of itself. So looking forward to hearing how that goes. As also someone who's still within my first year in office, I do appreciate our colleague Ms. Gonzalez and doing their master's in governance courses. I believe I was heavily encouraged by this board, especially Ms. Flotis. She was the one before me too. They are a lot of information, but it is really good to understand, you know, all the different facets of being a board member. It's not just, obviously the forefront is education, but what does that mean? You know, there's so many different layers to that. It's student achievement. It's making sure that they have the resources. So is that funding? Do they have the personnel? So is that bargaining? Is that negotiations? Do they have the facilities? So that's the non-operational aspects. And it's just almost overwhelming. I definitely know my first year, every other board meeting, just kind of like crying in my car after, I'm like, what did I get myself into? I might still do that tonight because this is a lot, but you know, it is a lot of work, but it's good work. And at least for me, I'm hoping that I do get to sleep good at night because I like to think I am listening to community. As my colleague mentioned, it is kind of an awkward, like, what can you say, what can't you say about certain things? But one thing I can talk about is obviously voting records. So Ms. Sanzioni mentioned regarding my voting record on, and as well as Ms. Gonzalez's voting record on the proposed project at the vacant Flanner site. And also just to confirm, because I know we have folks in our child development program, it's not necessarily destroying the child development center itself. So like Flanner, like the current school facilities, like that's still being there, it's just a vacant lot. So we don't want like our child development families to be concerned of we're shutting that down, but the conversations behind the lot. But yes, I was not a board member when that project was initiated. I had made the sentiment to the superintendent known already, so I feel comfortable in sharing this publicly. But if I was on the board at that time, I would have suggested that we at least talk to the neighborhood and get input on maybe what we could have done with the site. But here we are now at this juncture, and I have voted, I believe, once, maybe twice on, I think, the next part of the process. I believe when the process started, a couple of months before I got elected in December 2022, I believe that must have been the summer. And that was when the board decided to seek a development, I believe for housing behind or at the vacant lot. And then my vote, by the time I was already like, I think a year in or just about a year in, was on selecting, Storm to be the proposed development. And my vote of that regard is mostly on how it was sold and how it's still kind of presented. And it is going to be giving a benefit to the district in terms of revenue. I know revenue has an interesting like connotation to it because you might be thinking like on a corporate business side, whose pocket is it going to? But it should be going obviously to the general fund and then to the district. And at that point, I have always also been a proponent of, well, what's the strategic plan with that revenue? Who's to say when it actually gets into our budget, do we have any specific idea what it's being used for? Is it only going against the deficit? So we don't have a deficit? Is it going into, you know, compensation for folks? There was even a time where I even consider, would it be going into hiring or I guess keeping folks overtime to maybe open other schools to be playgrounds themselves for the community, be parks themselves. I know for myself, I went to Sunkist a lot, jumped the fence, like whoever did the jump the fence comment last board meeting, you know, because there wasn't parks in my neighborhood. I'm in between Sunkist and Edgewood. And, you know, the closest park to me that has a playground is Bassett Park. And that's hella far away in the hot sun because there are no canopies in our community, unfortunately. There's technically Shire Park, but I wasn't the sports kid. My brother was. I don't play baseball and there's not a swing set or anything else there. And like, I love my Avocado Heights friends because one of my friends, I love her and her like horse ranch backyard because she has like all these different parks right around her corner, but we in West Pleasant Valley don't. So, you know, it is something that I do acknowledge from the community. And again, there hasn't yet been this item brought back to the board. So speaking for myself, I won't necessarily speak for my colleagues, but I do hear the community on this regard. I think I mentioned this to a few of you where I am a board member, yes, but at the end of the day, I'm still a neighbor and I still have to sleep at night with my decision. And if I can't be comfortable with it as a neighbor, how can I be as a board member? And I apply that logic throughout everything because, you know, I see this as community volunteer. If the public wants to keep me on the board or not, that's your prerogative. But for me, I am not taking any day that I'm on this board for granted. I will do what I can for as long as I can. Sometimes I'm like, okay, I guess that was a good run. Let's get over this. It is a lot, but for me, it's because I've been here my whole life. Going to Sunkist, going to Torch, going to Bassett. I wear my class ring when I attend board meetings as a constant reminder, and it gets super cold when it's super cold in here. But for me, it's always just about giving back to the community. When I was at the Thanksgiving giveaway, I even saw some old classmates like, I haven't seen you in 10 years. This is wild. You have like 2 kids. Or even, you know, today, I think I see classmates that I haven't seen since high school. And it's like, I was at Sunkist earlier, looking at the playgrounds. Because we're gonna be doing a new project we're building new ones. And I literally remember, I think the first time I've seen someone from the audience here was literally in kindergarten and we're riding our bikes together. So it's community like volunteer work for me. It's not like some type of political like ambitions for me. So that's just my comments in response to the comments, to the actual comments. In terms of how we do the procedure, I was hoping it would be sooner rather than later. But I actually was in the development of proposing changes to our board procedures since September, October, or whenever things have happened last year. I think we know what we're talking about, but it's technically might be litigated, so I don't want to be specific. But as a board member, not as board president or board vice president, whatever, just as a board member, that's something that I wanted to develop. So I've started that process. I've submitted it to the superintendent and legal counsel just so we could make sure that any of the proposals before I bring it to the board would be legal, because I don't want to waste any of our precious time in presenting something that would be redundant. Unfortunately, it was kind of lagging, and then I kind of asked, can it stop being lagging? And we got it sooner rather than later. So I'm hoping that there will be formal changes to the procedures because I do understand where some of my colleagues are coming from is we have rules, we should follow them. I am of opinion that we as a board can change our rules. And while it would be preferred to do it formally through the process, obviously when we have folks who want to come in, we have to make an action at that moment. So I apologize for the delay, but it is my intention, again, just as one board member, not necessarily as president, but we all have the right to introduce whatever we want. This is me invoking that. And what I mentioned earlier is I just think our public comment time is a little too exclusive. It's not accessible for our community who still have to come here from work, if they have school, whatever obligations. And again, it's not something that I think is brand new. When I was a personnel commissioner, we would allow people to speak up until public comment was done. I know that was a process before the board went into the pandemic. And even with the new verbiage we have on the agenda, that was in response to when the board came back from the pandemic and we went from virtual back to in-person. So for me, it is something that I do want to change because I do also believe in having the formal procedure. I just think what we currently have is not right fit for our community. So that's just me. There are some other comments that I have regarding Brown Act, but it might be a closed session thing, so I guess I can't say it yet. But one thing that I do wanna say, if I have any credence to this, because I also hear from the community when I hear from the change of culture that we're seeing in Bassett, from how it was when I first got elected to the first board meetings where it was literally 2 hours of public comment with our teachers and our classified staff, and just the distrust in the community. The distrust in the community with the school board, with the district. And what I'm hearing from folks is that it's slowly changing for the better. I think there are people who are directly responsible for that. It's our, it's everyone, it's our team here, it's our superintendent, it's our leadership at the schools, it's everyone who's doing their difference and making a difference to make sure that Bassett is not the same Bassett where I was a student, where there was that toxicity, where there was that culture of fear and retaliation. It takes a lot of work, but I do see it. And when it comes down to any allegations of corruption or, malpractice or whatever, like I do take that seriously because that reflects on the board as well. And it's not necessarily unreasonable. I acknowledge that there was a superintendent in this district who is now facing certain charges. So for me, as a member of the public, that's reasonable. It could happen. So is it happening now? And for me, I'm a believer that what could happen in the past with a superintendent is only allowable as much as a board lets it. So for me, when I hear any allegation against any member of our team, for me, it shows what am I doing in my oversight responsibility? How am I making sure that that's not happening? So if there is any credible evidence that anyone has regarding those specific allegations regarding our superintendent or anyone else, please reach out to me. Please make my contact information available. It's on the website for the district office. Because it's something that does require to be looked into, because again, it happened in the past. The board attended to that, however it attended to that, but it's my priority to nip anything in the bud and investigate it. But at the moment, I haven't necessarily seen anything, and I know there's a lot of opinion and passion in the community regarding this project, and a lot of it for me is valid. But for me, the proposed project behind Planner, I've never questioned its legality. Perhaps maybe its fruitfulness, if it might be the best for our district and our community, obviously as the public comment has shown. But I have not for a second questioned the ulterior motives of our superintendent or anyone else on our staff. But if anyone has anything to the contrary, please let me know, because I think we would then need to seriously address that, because our district cannot be hurt again. We have already suffered enough with that whole thing, with our past superintendent, with that company. We're still in the thick of everything with it. As you've seen in our last closed session agendas a meeting or two ago, it's still there. So it's something that we cannot afford again. So I just need to make that abundantly clear to please contact the board if there really is any allegation. But if there isn't, again, we are making such good progress as a community for good in our district. It's definitely not the Bassett that I remember as a high school student. And I'm hoping that whenever I leave this board, it is very much clear that this is a good community, that we know it is. We're making that reputation out there. And honestly, that reputation is already out there. Even when I connect with my folks throughout the state and the nation and the county, I meant with Alnard. I'm on the California School Boards Association, the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. Bassett definitely, obviously, that has that lingering reputation, but for the most part, it's like, oh, y'all are doing good. We know you're doing that program. We hear that person just got hired. We hear all these things about your superintendent and whatnot at this side, and it is showing out to be good. So for me, it is nice to hear that when I'm out there. I think the only other thing that still gets me upset is when I say I'm from Bassett, they're like, where the hell is that? Cause thanks, especially when it's folks from the west side, that especially irks me. I'm like, I'm sorry you don't leave east of downtown, I guess. It kind of has some I don't know, racist hints to it, but whatever. But again, I just want to make my piece known for folks, because you can only really hear from me once a month, I guess, at these board meetings, but otherwise, definitely reach out to me whenever you can. The last thing is just, of course, happy Black History Month, and then happy 127th birthday to the district. It was organized in February 1898. That's all I got for my long listings here. 89. 1989, yes, I said 88. 89? No, 98.
You said 98, but it's 89.
Is it 89? I thought it was 98. It's old. That's it for me.
Yeah, not do numbers here.
That's it with me. Thank you for indulging me with this super long comment. Closed session. So we will now move to closed session at, was there a motion to adjourn to closed session at 7:06 PM?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. We'll adjourn to closed session at 7:06 PM. I will clean these up and then I'll get them.
You are
Everybody read something novel here.
No, I didn't get one.
Yeah, I didn't.
I'm not on this. I'm trying not to. So I just try to get bring something, if I don't bring something, I'll go to the grocery store and like get.
I saw her.
Yeah.
Let's have her here, stay.
It's been a while, that's my.
So you cook at home?
Yeah, bring leftovers. I do now, but I didn't.
And what time is it right now?
7:06. I do now.
Resume, we're good, okay. I'll call the meeting back to order. We'll reconvene out of closed session at 10:33 PM. Report out of closed session, Madam Clerk.
In closed session on a motion by Dina Flores and a second by Patrice Tenzioni. And a vote of 5 members approved, 0 members opposed, 0 members abstained. The governing board took action, direct the superintendent to non-reelect and give notice pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21 to employee VY 2598229. 5 yes, 0 no, 0 abstained, 0 absent. In closed session on motion by Mr. Aaron Cimental, a second by Patrice Tenzioni, and a vote of 5 members approved, 0 members opposed, 0 members abstained. The governing board took action to approve claim 4A2302M7K5W-0001 by way of compromise and release. Agreement in the amount of $10,000 to resolve all issues, including permanent disability, temporary disability, future medical treatment, and ongoing legal costs. 5 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 0 absent. Am I doing this right?
You're doing great.
In closed session on motion by Aaron Cimental, a second by Patrice Tenzioni, and a vote of 5 members approved, 0 members opposed, 0 members abstained. The governing board took action to approve ASIP claim ASCY-012547 by way of a stipulated award agreement for 8% permanent disability as required, $6,960 with future medical care open. 5 yes, 0 no, 0 abstain, 0 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'd like to make a motion pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323. The hour appointed by Board Bylaw having arrived being 10:30 PM for the adjournment of the regular meeting. I move that the board meeting be extended until all pending business is dispensed with. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Stanzioni. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, motion carried. We'll continue. Action discussion, approval of resolutions. Resolution number is 032-25, approval for authorizing participation in the Zero Emission School Bus Infrastructure Initiative Project. And resolution 031-25, National Women's History Month. I would like to make a motion that both resolutions be approved. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Ms. Stanzioni. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, we're gonna be buying new buses?
Dr. Alvarez, would you like?
We're gonna,
This would be actually a grant where we'd get the buses for free, so this is part of that process. It's starting with the infrastructure resolution, so that would be our goal.
okay.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Resolution stand approved. We'll move on to item 2, establishment of a Bassett Unified School District Board of Education Scholarship Fund. Excuse me, I neglected to read the
Skip one.
recommendation.
Yeah. 0.25, National Women's History.
Oh, my motion was for both of the resolutions.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's fine.
Both,
Yes, the motion
Women's history and the,
And the bus.
and the bus. My motion was to
oh, and the
approve both
bus.
of them.
Okay. Didn't hear that.
So this item is recommendation, and I apologize, I neglected to read the recommendation for the previous 2 items. But we did it, so moving on. So it is recommended that the Board of Education discuss and take action on potentially establishing a Board of Education Scholarship Fund. For this, I believe it might be best if we have discussion first, so I will recognize Ms. Flores.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So as thinking along the lines of, we support student education, we support student success. I had proposed that we do a scholarship from the board. And because it's from the board, the scholarship would be funded through our stipends where we can, if this is right, the way the calculation went, it would be about a $25 deduction from your from each of your stipends. This is totally voluntary if you wish to do it, or if you wish not, it's okay. And then a $500 scholarship would be presented to the valedictorian of the high school, salutatorian of the high school. And I believe, I don't know if I can call it valedictorian of Nueva Vista. I know they have a main student speaker, but I don't know that they call him a valedictorian. But anyway, so to a student in Nueva Vista. And the reason I was thinking the valedictorian is because the criteria has already been established. So there's no thought process needed from the board, just okay. And I know they're very thorough when they're selecting the students who get awarded. So I thought this would be a great idea and really great for us to basically, in essence, show that we do support students. I mean, there's many ways we can do it, but with the cost of education, the cost of higher ed, even they could even use it if they choose to go to trade. This is for them, and I put it out to all of you.
Sorry, I'd like to just go off that because I do want to commend Ms. Flores for doing this, for proposing this. I was able to speak with Dr. Alvarez after you brought this to my attention. And just so everyone else is aware, the district would be able to create some type of payroll deduction. So automatically in our internal payroll systems, they would be able to do the deduction from us. So on the internal side, it'd be very easy to effectuate this. So that's the only comment I wanted to make. I saw Ms. Rivera's hands first and then Ms. Nancioni. Ms. Rivera.
Is that, it's gonna be 3 scholarships of 500 each?
Yes.
And we're gonna have enough time from now? They take.
Actually,
stipends?
that,
Yeah, I had thoughts on
okay,
that.
so really quick, just I did fail to mention that once you lock into this, you're not locked in forever. This is going to renew every 2 years because the board changes every 2 years. But the goal is to work it out, and I'll let them deal with the math, that we could present it. It needs to be done by May because they have their awards night.
Correct.
High school has their awards night in May. So, but yeah, it would be done every 2 years.
And I think to go off of the question, I think, and the superintendent might be able to elaborate, but I think for sure effective prospectively next academic year. So July moving forward, that's where we would have the $25 deduction each month.
Oh, not now.
But yeah, with that logic, if we started next year, but if we wanted to do something this June, then we could still do a voluntary withholding on our stipends, but it would just be more all at once. So instead of it being 25, and that's if we're giving 3 scholarships. This is just me proposing, maybe this year for the initial, maybe because it's so short notice, maybe we just give one $500 scholarship to the Bassett valedictorian, mindful that next year we'll be doing all 3 awards, but this year just 1. And because such short notice, we would all maybe commit $33 for the 3 months. It's really March, April, May, 33, whatever, and some change each to get to that $500 figure to award something this year. And then next year we'll go off this math.
Yeah, I would agree because I think if we wanted to make the 1,500, we each have to give $100.
Yeah.
Between now and
Yeah.
so.
And if other people maybe not in this room wanted to help, that could be voluntarily up to them, but at least from us, it's a Board of Education scholarship. Did that answer your question, Ms. Rivera? Okay, Ms. Nanzioni?
Would it be unacceptable to solicit corporate donations?
But then that wouldn't be a board donation.
It'd be solicited by a board member.
But it's not a board. You would want to give that because a corporation
Would be giving the
yeah,
scholarship.
they'll be giving the scholarship and corporations, let's face it, that's a write-off for them when they do something charitable donations.
It's a win-win.
So, but no, this is a board scholarship and it's put forth by the work that we do. And it's put forth by the stipend and the stipend represents the work that we do. No, because then I would give credit to the corporation that did that.
Yeah.
So if like Atkinson, Andelson, Orbach, Huff, or Olivares Maduro wanted to give money, that's like, knock yourself out. But they're gonna get credit for that scholarship.
In my view, similarly, I would encourage them to, have a scholarship opportunity. They could go to the awards breakfast and get their own recognition. In my view, this is kind of like a pseudo public-private enterprise we're doing because it's us as board members, we're getting compensated for being board members. So at that point, once it's on our wallets, our money as private citizens, we can do whatever we want. I could go to McDonald's, I could go to, wherever and spend that money. But we're voluntarily giving it back to this fund. But because we're a board, a majority of us, that would be a public meeting stuff. So it's really just us as 5 private citizens. Do we want to engage in this endeavor? But because we're holding these offices, it has to be during this meeting. Ms. Rivera?
Yes, could I make a suggestion that when we do the scholarship, instead of doing it for the valedictorian, which is already getting a lot of them, or salutatorian getting a lot of them, we give it to our board reps, because they work hard too, to get all the information to come and report. And if it's from the board, it should be going to them.
So, I mean, it's Ms. Flores's initial proposal. In my view, I concurred with her thought process of the valedictorian. Yes, they are getting a lot of money, and I'm sure it won't be enough money that they get because it's just so expensive nowadays. But at least it removes the board from making a discretionary decision of, well, who should we give it to? Let's review applications and like not agree on someone. So it's kind of like it's picked, that person's picked. And yes, this person's also picked.
I think
So-
they respectfully, they trade off.
Yeah.
So like you're not gonna get both of them at the same time every
Sure.
single board meeting.
No, I know, but
So, but like I said, the valedictorian, I mean,
You
I
give
will
it
support whichever way the board chooses to
to
go.
the,
But my reasoning
the
was that it's already vetted. Somebody already did it, and I know that the high school did their due diligence in doing this and when they're selected.
Any further discussion? So, Dr. Alvarez, would you mind advising on a potential action?
Well, so I guess the question for clarity for all the board members, in case it hasn't been asked. Let's say it passes 3-2. It doesn't automatically obligate every board member to participate. They would still have a form they'd have to fill out, agreeing to have those funds withdrawn from their pay stub from the district. That would still be a process we would need to implement.
I think, yes.
Just
I
so
mean,
that we're clear, I want to make sure.
No, it is totally optional. You could have board members say, no, I can't do this, at this time or whatever. This is why we say we renew it every 2 years. So does it guarantee a 500 scholarship? No, unless somebody, I mean, it can go anywhere between 300 or 500. Now, if a board member wants to kick in the difference just to make sure that they get their 500, then that's on the board member. But this is completely voluntary.
And the only other thing to clarify, so what would happen if this would pass and anyone who would voluntarily want to donate and fill out the form, it would begin whatever paycheck you get on June 1st or June 10th, I'm not sure when you get your stipend here. That would be the first month we take it out. And then it would be all the way through May 1st paycheck. That would complete if you signed up the $500. That way we would have, May, whenever they do the award ceremonies, we could give it at that point in time for the 25-26 school year.
So, some contingencies.
just for next year, not this year.
Let's talk about it as if it's next year, just for the sake of having a full year. Should it be mindful of maybe, because it's voluntary, maybe some board members might not do it. I'm not here to judge. Again, these are, at this point, our personal money that we want to spend or not. So that's, I can't judge you on that. So should it be, let's aim for 3 $500 scholarships, but if funds are a little tight, maybe it's 3 $300 scholarships, or maybe just 2 $500 scholarships, or 3, 2,
Maybe perhaps go with the 300, and if we choose to do, when they fill out their form,
go higher.
and if they choose to do the $25, then hey, guess what? Surprise, you got 200 extra bucks. But it's whatever the fund is gonna hold, and it'll be divided by 3. But I think if we say 300 or whatever the fund holds, Dr. Alvarez, maybe?
What does it mean by whatever the fund holds?
Because some people choose to not do it, and that's okay, again. I'm not gonna hit the 500. But if you get, a good majority, then you could hit 300.
And 300 is, I think, what is that? 300 divided by 12? 20?
Yeah.
I'll have to calculate that because it comes out to, it's not $25.
It's 9,369, 900
Yeah.
divided by 12, and then divided by 3.
And maybe, if we have some, like an actual motion, like a concrete one.
Okay, or what do you say that we could just say a board deduction of $25 to be deposited to the board scholarship fund. And if they choose to, then great, but if not, then whatever that fund is holding in May, then that would be divided by 3.
Yeah, like moving forward or just for this like most immediate?
Oh, no, we said 25, 26, because we're not gonna hit that.
Okay,
We won't hit it in 3 months.
yeah, that's what I'm like. Okay, so.
No, 25, 26, that we're agreeing to, or each board member will fill out a form. If they're in agreement to have $25 deducted from their stipend, and then come May, whatever fund amount is in there, that will be divided by 3.
Okay. I follow. So we would all voluntarily sign a form for a $25 deduction. Voluntary form for, and then come May next year, however much is the pot, we would be dividing it by 3 and giving that for 2 for Bassett, 1 at Nova
Yes.
for the awards. And if it turned out they're each getting 500 or 300, 250, 410, whatever the amount is, they get it. Okay. Do we all understand that aspect of it? Not necessarily agreeing it, but understand what is before us. Do we? Okay.
I still say it should be for our student reps to thank them, you know, for the job that they've done, besides just giving them a plaque or flowers.
Then it wouldn't be a
It's
scholarship.
like, you all give them kudos, you know, oh, you did a great job and this and that, but not good enough to get a scholarship from us. We'll give it to the valedictorian at the high school. You know, we're sending mixed messages here.
That's fair. I mean, that's genuinely debatable, I suppose. Should we, if I may, since this is going into effect next year, just to get the ball rolling, get payroll the time to develop it, perhaps maybe if it's okay to not formally divide the question, but maybe we could take action on approving the fund itself, and then maybe on a later date, we could figure out who's actually getting it. So at the moment, all we're doing is just approving the infrastructure. And then sometime in the next couple months, when we are not on the eve of 11 PM, we could determine, okay, it's going to the valedictorians or the ASB leaders.
Okay, we got plenty of time.
I agree. Okay, so then if we're all in agreement of at least, not in agreement of doing it, but just in agreement of understanding it. Would you or I would like to recommend there be a motion that a scholarship fund be created based on, I'll write this nicer, a scholarship fund be created based off of voluntary deduction, payroll deduction of board members at a rate of stipend deduction of $25 each month. And then whatever that total is in May, that amount be divided into 3, and then the proceeds be given to 2 students at Bassett High School and 1 student at Nova Vista. And the board will later determine who those students are, whether if they're valedictorian, salutatorian, or ASB leaders, et cetera. So my motion is just to create the infrastructure. Is it understood?
A scholarship, just to.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Is there further discussion on that? Okay. Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Lovely, motion carries, and I will reduce that to formal writing for staff later. We'll move on to item number 3, board protocol and norms planning discussion. This is not action, we're not going to a workshop right now. As we're all aware, you might be aware, there are current board protocols on the district website that appear not to have been updated since 2015. In my view, board protocols and norms would be the guiding principles that we have of each other as a team, as a governance team, how we wish to operate on the dais, whether if it's an open session or closed session, when we're out in the community, when we're at the schools, you know, what are our expectations of each other? What are the standards of professionalism, leadership, integrity, honor, whatever it may be. So just having a more robust conversation as the 4 of us as the board members, as the 6+ of us as the governance team members, what type of relationship we want from each other. So I'm thinking maybe we could have a similarly to a board workshop or study session where we're having that conversation with each other and developing these protocols and norms. For me, what I'm looking to get guidance from would be, one, if you even wanna do that, so get direction if there's interest, and if there is interest, then just kind of a ballpark of when that should be scheduled. Should that be something in March? We already have 2 regular meetings in March, so would you be okay with having a special meeting in March? Should that happen in April, or only meeting once as opposed to twice regularly? So that is what I am throwing out there before we go to consent.
I think sooner than later is warranted.
Warranted. Beautifully said.
So, and I think I heard dates, March 15th, it's a Saturday.
I don't have my calendar, so I can't.
March 15th is a Saturday.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean,
Just putting it out there.
are there, I think I have from just, would there be any dates? Well, okay. Obviously checking with staff, but I mean, is there would anyone be open to a Saturday meeting? I guess let's just start the process of elimination. Would folks be open? Or would someone be completely opposed to a Saturday meeting? Completely opposed? All right, is there any Saturday this month? If there's the 1st, 8th, 15th, and 22nd, that just does not.
29th, I can.
Can't do the 29th?
Yeah.
Can't do the first.
Can't do the 1st?
But my calendar, I don't have my calendar for the rest of it.
Okay, so that's the 8th, 15th, and 22nd. Is there any immediate concerns?
I have
Wait,
well
the
conference
15th?
on the 8th and Q conference on the 22nd.
Yeah.
So that just leaves the 15th potentially?
I don't know.
Okay. How about? That should really be I anticipate it being an all day thing, quite frankly.
Since the 15th is so close, I mean, February's gone.
Oh,
We're
wow, that's in
talking-
2 weeks.
That is technically in 2 weeks. Can we pencil the 15th in for now, and then board member Stanzioni can inform you if her calendar agrees to it or not.
I'm sorry, repeat that. Schedule for the 15th?
Schedule it for the 15th, and then once board member Stanzioni checks her calendar, then she can inform you if that will work for her.
Would that be agreeable?
Otherwise, we're gonna have to move it to like April.
Well, okay, so another thing is, I would imagine perhaps maybe we might require some facilitator to guide us as opposed to there being I mean, sure, but we don't know if he's busy. So my next question is maybe a second date, so I have time to check in with who could be a facilitator. So maybe we do look at perhaps an early April date as well.
Well, in April, we are looking to have we're hoping to have the grand opening of the aquatic center. I'm sure that that's gonna take place on a Saturday, Dr. Alvarez.
Perhaps, okay.
So, yeah. So you're looking almost at April 19th.
Okay.
And I might have a training, do you have a training?
On the 19th, no.
I'd have to check mine.
Yours is right here.
I might be unavailable on the 19th.
I'm gonna go 26th. I'm good.
Oh, you know what? No, I would be free on the 19th, April 19th. It's the 12th where I'm gonna be in a desert. It's Coachella.
You going to Coachella?
Unfortunately, I got peer pressured into it. Anyway, so would April 19th might work? Is there any objection
Second option day.
as a second option?
March 15th, March 19th. March 15th. First one.
That's a fun day.
March 15th is a Saturday.
I'm sorry, what was that? Okay,
So I'm out for April 19th.
you're out, you can't do it?
Training.
Okay, you're both at training?
No, she's not, I am.
Oh, well, that won't work then. How about unfortunately, April 20s, that's so far now. Let's,
I think we're still good on the 15th of March.
okay,
I don't know.
we will,
I have to
okay.
check my calendar.
Okay, our next board meeting either way is going to be March 11th. So we'll check in. We'll aim, if there's enough direction, I will aim for something from Saturday, March 15th, pending some
Mhm.
scheduling confirmations.
I'll let you know. right
And then if not, then we'll continue discussion at our next regular meeting on an actual date then.
Mr. President, I'd like to also remind you that when is spring break for the students or staff?
Dr. Alvarez, do you happen to? Superintendent, assistant
I
superintendent.
think it's the week after Easter.
Yeah.
It's the week.
The week after Easter?
So in
The
April.
21st, it will start on
21st.
the 21st?
Oh, Easter's the 20th.
Yes.
So for 20.
So the
and
26th, they're not available.
Hey, we have a board.
Yeah.
That means I can go by all the schools.
On spring break.
April 14th through the 18th.
Mine's the week before, so I can hit all the schools, yay.
Oh, it's the week before?
Yeah, so I'm looking at it right now, April 14th through the 18th.
Oh, that's the week of.
Okay.
Yeah, so mine's the seventh.
Is that sufficient direction on scheduling for that day? Okay,
I'm excited.
thank you very much, genuinely. So we'll move on.
We're on spring break.
We'll move on to consent calendar, excuse me. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. Are there any matters under consent a board member wishes to be pulled for individual discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion for?
So moved.
Thank you. Ms. Stanzioni, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Flores. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Consent calendar is approved as it's scheduled, and then adjournment. The next regular meeting will be held on March 11th, 2025. Adjourn regular board meeting of February 25th, 2025. I would like to make a motion. Is there a second?
Motion.
Second by Ms. Stanzioni. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 I already fell asleep.
We will stand adjourned at 10:59 PM. Thank you very much.